Testing 1, 2. 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 I know there are a few of you that have signed on already. Would one of you or a couple of you send me a chat in the chat box? I'd like to see if that is working properly. Thank you. See you soon. Well, hello. Um, Going to test some things out, make sure everything's working right. If some of you have been nice, kind enough to chat in the chat box and comment a few things. Um, and one of the things that I need somebody to do right now is let me know if you can hear me. Somebody says yes. Yes, we can hear you. Whoa, there's a bunch of people saying they can hear. So that's good. Most of you can. Hey, I'm really happy to be here. Cindy, my wife Cindy, is oftentimes here, usually here to help me with things like that, checking out, making sure the sound is coming through and all that. She couldn't be here, so I'm going to solo it. Um, and I'm going to try to take care of all the little logistics as we go that I have to deal with in terms of some of the technical things. At the same time, I'm doing the painting. It's there's a few little. It's got to be a little ambidextrous to do this, I guess. So happy to be here, though. Thanks for joining me. This is another one of my high noon workshops. Haven't done one for a little while. This is the first one for a while. I have a nice turnout that have signed up. About 70 of you, so that was very good. That's almost back to the early COVID numbers. When COVID started and I started doing these, I had lots of people signing up, and then it kind of after a while, a lot of other people were doing it, and it trailed off a little bit. But glad to be able to be here with you today. We're going to do this painting about textures, and one of the things that we're going to be certainly be talking about as we go is the use of watercolor and how you can use it effectively to create the textures you want, and of course how maybe there's other approaches that would work. I'm going to show you what I do and the way I work on some of the paintings that I do. The most important part of this, I guess, is to be open-minded and open, because there's not just one way to paint any kind of painting, and especially in watercolor, so many approaches. And I'm going to be working on this painting that I sent you the image of, and let's take a look at that just quickly here. This is the image, and you can see I've printed it out so I can see the colors and so on. And I wanted to show you a little bit about the color and so on. And before we kind of get really rolling into that, let me say something about this process here. As you can see, the drawing is fairly detailed, and for this kind of a painting, it is good to have a fairly precise drawing. Now, I project images like this onto the paper. I have a projector that I can take my computer image, shoot it to the projector, and then it projects onto. I have an easel that stands upright, and I put the paper on there, and I can draw using that method to get most of the bigger details. Now that doesn't solve all the problems you have when you're trying to create a painting, but it does have, you get some of the things in order in the right places and so on. And that's one thing that I do. Another thing that I do technology wise, which is kind of fun, when I take the get back to this here. This is the image, and I take them into a program. It doesn't have to be a fancy Photoshop kind of program. An expensive one, it can be just a pretty basic one. and just play around with the colors and the saturation and the contrast and so on. So here's pretty low key, darker version of this photo. So a lot of the whiteness of that background is eliminated by shifting those values and colors a little bit. So that's one way that it could be painted. This is a very high key version of the same thing, and here you definitely have the bright whites of the paint, a little more vibrancy in the shadow and so on. And here's kind of a posterized version. You can skew the colors and get yourself some really interesting things if you want to paint something that's really different. Um, um, I can't think of her first name now. Abbott, I think is the last name, from Florida, who paints palm branches right now, and she does a lot of this with goes into a program and skews the colors and then paints all these palm branches in these beautiful colors. And it's very interesting. It's a very interesting approach to making watercolor, because you're working from your imagination could do it, but you have to use some tools, and it can help and create some of those interesting things as well. So here's about the way it'll be, the way I have it, and so it's pretty natural. I did push the colors a little bit to make them a little more saturated, but basically we have a lot of texture, a lot of beautiful values, a range of values from the cool blues of the shadows, the kind of mauvey uh, dry areas of the paint, and we have the beautiful stained burnt sienna, or whatever you want to call the color that makes the rust appear. So you have lots of things going there that are quite fun. Just want to show you a couple of paintings that I've done in the whole arena of the texture and the rust and the different things that I use on some of my paintings. And some of them some of these are somewhat more intimate and close up than some of the ones that like a typical landscape that I do. But here's a thing that I found in this graveyard of old machines. And here's of course a landscape, but to see again the way the trees are created, it's all splattered texture. So I do a lot of that in my landscapes. This is another sort of landscape segment, and again you can see that on the bottom portion, especially the bottom portion, the rocks and the branches that are above the water have lots of texture, and those are created with lots of different splattering and different things to create texture. And then here's another one of the industrial type things. This tractor, this one made it into the American Watercolor Society show, and again this is dealing with rust and corrosion on an old tractor, those kind of things. This one also made it into the American Watercolor Society show. Much more simple geometric shapes, but again the pattern of the rust and those kind of things really create an interesting, to me, an interesting subject. This one, a unique viewpoint of a water tower, laden down with rust and corrosion, still standing, but very, very weathered. This one was in the National Watercolor Society show, and here again, the use of shapes and close-up, a close-up segment of this particular machine, using the rust and the textures to create an interesting image. I need to change something here. Let's do this. Excuse me a second. Okay. Anyway, I had a little hiccup there. I think I got that working. Um, Somebody commented about missing Cindy. That's nice. She's often helping me, and she comes in and tells silly jokes sometimes, which you won't get that today unless she shows up later. She might, depends on how long we go. Here's another, not really as industrial, but it is kind of the same kind of thing. It's the materials and the shadows that create the patterns on this facade of this building, and the metal staircase and all those architectural features. This is the top of a building in Bath in England. A lot of beautiful buildings there, and this one was quite fun to do. But again, it's a lot of texture, a lot of ways to create the feeling of the texture. Here's one of the, I'm going to show you two of these that are done of this San Jose mission in south of San Antonio. And most of this was created with a lot of splattering of paint. There's some of the details are brushed in and defined, but many of them are suggested. There's a lot of things carved into that facade that I chose not to paint. And here's another version of it, slightly different view, using again the approach that texture tells a lot of the story. And here's a close-up. This one is going to be in the American Watercolor Society show this year, and it's got lots of texture, lots of color, lots of things going on. It's not it's a fairly time-consuming piece because you have to kind of cover the ground in a somewhat of a photorealistic way, but I'm fairly loose with that treatment as well. Here's another one. This one, I think this was in last year's show, AWS show. But if you see the kind of texture that's in these areas here, those are done. That whole thing is done with a lot of splatter, masking off sometimes with masking tape so it doesn't go everywhere, but letting the randomness of the texturing create these beautiful rusty iron pieces. And then this is another version of the one we're going to do today, just a little slightly different cropping of that same image, but that's the way that one would look with in a slightly different cropping. So those are some of the types of things that I've done that you can go to my website and look at some of those too if you want to look at them more closely. But that's kind of the thing we're going to approach here with in that in a tighter photo realistic kind of approach. Not quite photorealism. I don't really get that far into it, but I'll kind of show you the way I would approach it. And there are several ways that could happen as well, and I'll try to talk about that a little bit. Materials that I use, in this case here, it's the Fabriano 140-pound cold press that I'm working on. One thing I like about the Fabriano is that it does have a fair amount of sizing, so if I go into lifting some of this back, it will work pretty well. It works probably a little better than the others. Variety of brushes. A lot of these Princeton Velvet Touch long rounds, those will be useful for some of the details because they're really handy for that. And there'll be some other bigger brushes and so on. But as far as the colors I have in my palette, we can talk about that as we go. If you can make heads or tails of this little listing, but on the top row, the ones up here, those up there in that list start over here, the titanium white, and across all the way to the undersea green right there. And then this list up here, neutral tint, sepia, and across over till we get to that permanent yellow light. These right in here, I don't use, I won't be using much of those. Will be a lot of what I'll be using will be down in this bottom row actually, and those are over there, the listed over there. The cobalt teal starts here and works its way across to the manganese blue, which I don't use much of. And then over here, the cad yellow light starts over on the right side and works your way across to burnt sienna. I have quinacridone, rust, and burnt sienna, which are very similar. Those will be handy when it gets into the rusty stuff. That's my main palette that I'll be working from. Let me take a look at the comments here. Anybody have any major questions? Got somebody in Bend, Oregon. We got people in Minnesota. We got somebody at the Denver airport. Right now we have 52 on here, so that's very nice. I guess the others will pick it up later and watch the replay. You'll have about 2 weeks to review this. I will send you a link where it will be housed on YouTube, and it'll be a private link, and don't share the link because it's you paid for it. Nobody else, other people haven't. But anyway, you can share it intimately, I suppose. Anyway, let's see. Question is, do I do a lot of color mixing? Absolutely, yes. My colors that I do not stick with pure color very much. Most of the time, I do more of that in the portrait things probably, but on something like this, it's going to be quite a bit of just working from a stew of color and mixing, warming and cooling the pile of color that I work from, and I'll talk about that more as we get into it. But so let's see. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm sorry. Let me give me a second here. Okay. One more little technical thing. I think I'll move this over. There's only so much room on the screen for all the things I'm trying to do here. There's a question here about what can substitute for neutral tint. Well, neutral tint is it's basically black, and it's called neutral tint because it's probably a little less glossy. Maybe when black seems to have kind of a sheen to it when you put it down. But if you neutral tint, you can mix any grouping of colors to get a dark, and so I don't really use the neutral tint unless I'm in a hurry to get to dark and add it in or something. But usually I would prefer to use ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, alizarin crimson, all those that are dark, and make my own black. And that way you can get warm blacks or cool blacks, so you can fix it any way you want to. Somebody's saying their screen is blurry. I don't know. That would be, I don't think that's on my end. You should, if you have, I have pinned this to to keep my image as the dominant image. If you have uh, other images or anything going on, just make sure you pin this one. Okay. Let's see. I'm still tweaking a few things here. Bear with me for a second. Um, okay. Some people are saying it's blurry, but other people are saying it's not. So I can't tell what that would be. I don't think I can help you with that. Okay, so let's just get into this. I will jump to a couple other things as we go and try to show you hopefully some helpful things along the way. It's really fun to have all of you here. There's many that I've met, and I know there are many that I have never met. So it's a really nice to have you all attending here today. So my approach. Let's just start right away. My approach is to uh, really generally go light to dark. It's a typical traditional watercolor. Some people would really start with all the darks and then add middle and light values later. That is very doable, and some people do that. It's one way to kind of hold everything together and know where you're going, because you'll have all your main dark things, in shape and in control. Um, I'm going to go light to dark, and so with this kind of a painting with this much texture and so on, we're going to try to do it. We're not going to try to get every bit of that in, obviously, but we're going to try uh, to represent it by using some watercolor techniques. And there are many different ways that we can do that. So we'll start off. I think what I'm going to do, which I do a lot of times with my paintings, is start with a wet into wet wash over the whole thing to just put some local color in some places. In this case here, I just want to put a little texture in, a few things like that, uh, just to kind of get started and not have such a big blank white sheet. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'll wet it down with this big brush, this big Chinese brush here. Make sure it's all got a little moisture on it. I don't want it too sopping wet. It's a dry out this big brush because it holds a lot. Maybe get some of the moisture off of it and then spread some of that around. I don't want big puddles of water at this point, but I do want it wet. And then what I do is take a fairly large brush. There's many types here. It doesn't really matter too much. I just want to get some color on there, and I usually start with my warmer tones, and I'll not go bright yellow or anything like that, but I'm going to do a little raw sienna. If you have yellow ochre, that would work. I'm going to put a little bit of yellow into it, some of this brighter yellow I have there. And the light's coming from the right side, so I want to indicate a little bit of light coming across some of these areas here. It doesn't have to be much. It's just a little bit of a track of light. There's a little more bright yellow, and then on the contrast to that, I want to have my some parts of it cooler. I don't want your eye going off the edges, so I don't want a lot of white on the edges. So let's do I'll use a blue, and I think I'll use a let's see. I'll just use some cerulean here, some cerulean blue. This is my favorite sky blue. I like the M. Graham brand. Most of my paint brands are Daniel Smith, or in some cases they are. I'll talk about them more in a minute. I'm trying to think here. This is all in shadow over here, so I don't have to worry about too much. I'll just put a lot of value there, and then over down in here, I'll leave a little light there, and I'll put a little bit of color there. Now, anyway, back to the paints. Daniel Smith. I can point here on my palette. I have this is a these two are my kind of go-to colors. My ultramarine blue and burnt sienna, those are actually Winsor & Newton. I like the Winsor & Newton burnt sienna. It's bright and rusty looking. Some of the burnt siennas are not that nice to me, in my opinion. So those are my kind of go-to colors. So those are Winsor & Newton. Most of these are going to be Daniel Smith. I have on my cerulean, I use M. Graham. Those are the honey-based, really good paints, but they do slide around your palette if you travel like I do. Up here, a lot of those are Winsor & Newton. Are Daniel Smith. Although over here, I get some Holbein opaques. This is a Joan Brilliant number 1 and 2, and this is a lavender. Those are more opaques, and of course I have some white. And we might use some white at the end of this to kind of finish off a few things. So all the other colors, I won't use that many probably today, but we're gonna sort of jump around a little bit on that. I'm going to add a little color. Just randomly here. We've got some of these little violet specks in here, it looks like, and over here it's more blue. I'm going to take a little bit of the ultramarine blue, and I'm going to just drop in some color over here. And I'm doing this really just to kind of create a little bit of extra texture that isn't necessarily in the painting. You're not really seeing that. I'm going to take a little bit of this. This is a violet. This is a little ultramarine blue with some quinacridone violet. Very, very potent violet. I'm going to put a little bit of that on some of these, this side over here, just for fun. So when you want texture, sometimes you got to build layers of things to do it. So it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of extra. And then I do use a toothbrush a fair amount for things, especially later on when I get down to the texturing and so on. But I could use some of that, and even now, let's do a little burnt sienna, and just add a little touch of some of that in here. This is all pretty wet, so it's going to dry light, and it's not going to be, noticeably evident that there are these texture things put in there, but they will, I think, give me some a little bit of interest, and especially if I end up leaving some things in some places, there's already some color there. So that's kind of why I go into this in the first pass. And a lot of my paintings start with this wet into wet passage. The question was, do I stretch my paper first? No, I do not stretch it. This is just taped down. If you can see it, there's a little bit of a sheen on some parts where it's wet, so it's got a little buckle to it. I will Uh, so I don't. It'd be nice. I sometimes I've used 300-pound paper, will not, which will keep it nice and flat. Most of the time, it just becomes. It seems like it takes the paint a little differently. It takes the water a little differently, and it costs a lot. And so painting a lot, I don't find it's that beneficial. And small pieces like this, it's not as big a deal. Larger pieces, you'll get more buckling, and it's a little trickier. I have a dryer that I use. This is my little heated craft tool by Ranger. Uh, it's quiet enough that I can. I don't know if you can hear it even on the feed that you're getting. It is quiet enough that it will. I can talk and have it running at the same time because it isn't like a hair dryer with a heavy duty fan. It's a really a heat gun for crafts, and so it's hot. It's, it's pretty hot, um, and there's just enough of a fan to. Someone was saying the painting part of the screen goes in and out of blurriness. Well, it could be that it appears that way because there isn't as much detail there at this point. This stuff's stronger. I don't think my camera is causing that. Let's see here. I have so this camera here is also going to show a little different angle. Um, this is the one that's probably the easiest to see in general. Um, so if you're painting along, uh, go ahead and wet your paper down and get this far. Now, if you unfortunately, I know some people probably didn't get the image and get it started. I wanted to talk about that for a second here. Let's go to let's see. If you didn't go this way, there is on my website. This is the workshop that this is connected to here. And of course, I have other workshops coming up, FYI, Florida, online with California Watercolor. That's a 3-day online one. Massachusetts up by Boston. Got one in Spokane coming up. Got one in Texas, in Fort Worth. And that one there is in Alabama. And that one is in Rockwall, one-day thing, Rockwall, Texas. Cheap Joe's is in the summer. And then another one on texture up in Minnesota. So we got a whole list of them on my website if you want to check that out. And what I was going to talk about was this one that's today. If you go to into that link there, it talks about this workshop, and of course there's the image to download, and there's the materials list. So if you missed that, I'm sorry that did not get conveyed. I had it in the link in the email, I believe. But that's the photo, and if you need to, then if you're just going to watch today and then go back and paint it, that will be there. It'd probably be good to get that downloaded today because This website of mine is set to after this day has passed, that's going to come off automatically because it just takes off the things that are out of date, which is kind of a nice feature of that website. So let's do, let's go back here. See how this is. It's still a little damp. Dry it a little bit more. And you don't have to, you don't have to do the splattering of the paint. You don't have to do any of that. The only reason I do it is I like to add a little bit of interest that isn't planned. And I feel like sometimes it's just good to kind of it kind of overcomes the fear of that white paper too. When you put some paint on here and get started, it takes away that whole idea of this paper is so precious you can't mess it up. Um, so I think it's a good way to get started anyway on a painting. One of the things that I had wanted to do, decided not to do, was on this photo, you can see a few spots like along here, that area right along the edge of that where the light's catching it and it's very white, and also on some of these parts of this hinge and latch thing, this handle here, very white. And so what I've done this way, I've already put some tone on some of those, so they're not going to be as white as the paper. Doesn't mean I'm not going to keep them light, and they may end up looking very white even though there's a little bit of paint on them. This paint is so thin right now that it's really not going to matter that much. I could go in here and mask off some of these things and keep them from getting paint on them, and that could help me maintain some of that whiteness of those spots. But we'll just try to do it without that. Let's look and see if there's any more questions here. The question is, how do we get the photo? I guess it is if we're just watching. If you're just watching now and haven't gotten the photo, you should be able to just download it, click on it, and download it off of that off the website there. Just go to michaelholter.com and go to that the workshops, and to that particular workshop, and find it and download it from there. So some of you are saying things are blurry on that side. Is that blurry when I put that on there? Does that look blurry? Does that look blurry to you? Judy says yes. Lori says yes. Oh. Somebody says good. Somebody says yes. Yes. So that's some, I don't quite know what that is. If there's a problem there. One thing about this that will help. It may not be a great solution immediately for you. Somebody in Houston says it's fine. The thing is, this is going to be the recording of this will be on YouTube, and that if there's any problem, it may be because it's some of you are getting a problem, some of you aren't. It may be just an internet feed problem. It's not coming through at a full bandwidth. I don't know it for sure if that's it. Um, but that may be what's going on. Well, anyway. So my next step on this then is to I like to go in and block out some of the shapes, some of the forms, and probably in this case here, I think I will kind of create a bit of the shadow pattern. This particular photo here, uh, when you look at it, this is a very much a blue. You know, this is of course tone. It's got the same shadow color, but it's got all this brick underneath it. But then this shadow here has got lots of reflected light, this shadow that comes along the edge of this board. So there's this beautiful little orangey tones in here and violets. There's lots of color in this little reflected angle. This one over here, this angle over here is very white because the light's hitting it, and it shows up as white on this photo. It's going to have tone in it. But so what I think I'll do is start to hit some of these, some of the shadow areas, and create a little bit of the depth that I see in this by doing that. So let's do I'm going to do this. I try to paint the underlying lightest value or lightest color, texture, and tone. And this is going to be very much a kind of a neutral dark area. But the lightest area in here are these warm hues of the mortar. So we'll just start with that. We're going to start with some raw sienna, maybe some burnt sienna, some ultramarine blue, create kind of a stew of some warm tones. Doesn't have to be very specific. It could be, you know, you could make it any color. It could be brighter than that. This is a little bit brown, dull brown. Put a little red in it, maybe just for fun. Any kind of color combination you want. And I'm just going to paint this this area on the brick over here. Get some color on it. Using a large flat brush. Don't need to have much going on here. Can pick up some other colors, throw in here. Just grab some of that violet off my palette. Pick up a little, let's pick up a little red here. This brick is red brick after all. Let's put a little red into it. I said I was painting the mortar, but it doesn't really matter if it's, you know, and I'll go back into this violet. I like to just work from this stew of colors and just let these colors kind of happen. And they don't have to be real specific, especially for something that's an underpainting for that one section. So that's, you know, a pretty simple piece right there. A large brush, do it without too much thought about it. Just paint it in and get some color on it. It's going to get darker, and the brick part itself is going to be darker. I mean, I might even paint the whole thing darker at the end. I don't know. It really depends on how I want to approach it. This is again one of those things where you have choices to make along the way. So I'm drying this with my little handy dandy dryer. Only because I don't really want to get my hand into it, or I could just go and work ahead without doing that. But So the next portion of this that I would want to do are, like I said, the shadows. Get those in place. And this shadow here is quite nice and bright blue, blue to violet. You know, in the shadows here, there's a variety here. This is kind of a little similar to that. So there's a lot of things that can happen here. We can work these shadows, and I probably will just do this portion and not the shadow on this main board there. I'll do the background shadow. And again, making some variety of shapes and choices along the way. Probably take a pretty large brush here. This is an Escoda Perla 18, big brush. Why I'm taking a big brush is I could use that big flat. That would be fine too. But I think I might adjust this a little bit as I go down here. So starting with some ultramarine blue, my kind of go-to color. Get some of this off of there. Ultramarine blue, and maybe a little touch of this violet up here. This is the quinacridone violet, but even a little red into it to make a violet, a blue violet. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks okay. Now, as I paint this, I tried to draw this with a little bit of accuracy on this edge of this shadow, because the boards are picking up little jagged edges on this shadow here. There's also a nice little shadow right along in that area right there. I'm just going to hit that. And there's more lines and things that we can get into later. Now, using a big brush like this helps me to keep a lot of fluid happening on this, so it doesn't dry out. And this paper is good that way too. It doesn't dry too fast. I think our wintertime humidity here is a little low, so this is going to dry a bit more faster than what I would like sometimes. I'm just adding water now to my brush and kind of thinning it down just to change it a little bit here in the value of it. I'm going to go right over everything except for this one little piece that catches the sun here. There's one little latch part of some sort. And I'm going to shift to, I'm going to try some cerulean blue. It's a different kind of blue, a little bit warmer blue. Blues are those ones that are hard to talk about in terms of warm and cool. But the ultramarine blue is pretty warm in that it's got lots of, it appears to have a bit of red. And so the cerulean actually is not warm, it's cooler. It's a cooler blue. But yeah, anyway. Those things are hard to explain sometimes. So I'm just shifting my colors around a little bit, and I'll go back to some of the violet and ultramarine with a little violet in it. And there's a little bit of sliver of light catching this corner there. I'll go a little more violet here, I think. And again, jagged edge where the shadow hits all the little jagged parts of the wood. And we have a little shadow underneath here. This whole portion here is catching, and I'll probably add other things to it at some point, but right now I'll just drop that in so you can see that shadow there. I'm going to pick up a little bit of the moisture that's pooled right there. All right. Somebody asked, do I paint left to right? I typically try to. I'm right-handed, so I try to paint from the top down, left to right, if I can. It doesn't always happen that way, but that's pretty typically the best. And then you keep your hand out of the wet paint. So this part of a painting to me is just the building blocks. You start off putting in your main structure. In this case, some shadows. We'll put some more shadows in around the latch stuff. And once we get those shadows in, we've got our light values, we've got our shadow values, and then we build within the middle values. And in this case here, there's a lot of texture going to go into the lighter and middle values. The shadows are going to hold a few additional details and things, but those are somewhat set. I might go. The photo shows that this brick on the left side is much darker than because I haven't done the dark part. I've only done the border basically. So there are those things that you do along the way and trust that they're going to make your photo work or your painting work. So we've been at this almost an hour because started at approximately on time. So I will take a little break here to go let you catch up if you're painting along, and I will stand up, take a break, and then come back in a few minutes. Question is, what exactly is that little dryer? Now this is the, put it up closer to the camera. It's called a Ranger Heated Craft Tool. It's got it's just a small craft heat gun, basically. This is the so this is the view from the side. A little less. The color looks a little different there too. Just slightly different. Probably a little less colorful. That color is probably pretty accurate right there. Nancy Turner, did you have a question?
No, I'm sorry.
Ah, okay. So
Sorry about
that's
that. Okay.
that's
I
all
see my
right. Um,
okay.
so if you want to ask a question, you verbally you can hit the raise your hand little button, and then I'll see that and be able to open the microphone for you to talk. So we don't have everybody talking at the same time here, but we do have that little feature. Um, so I'm going to take a little break, turn off my mic for a few minutes, and then you can catch up. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Allah says she's caught up, and somebody else's their screen is now no longer blurry. So I think the might be something to do with the feed that's going out, or the, good old internet. Uh, Gail has priced the heat gun at $21 on Amazon. Um, if you're interested, I think I should get a share of the profits on that particular product because I seems like a lot of people have enjoyed that little thing. It's small and handy and quiet, which is definitely a plus. Okay, we're going to get back to it here. The the next thing I want to do is I want to block in the other shadows, and I think what I'm going to try to do here is be a little more what's the word? Try to be a little more direct in the sense that um, these shadows have got some beautiful color in them, and I think I want to try to create a some of that color as I go here. So, for instance, starting with this shadow right up along here, it's got a very much a rusty gold kind of reflection, and then it blends into a violet. So those are complementary colors. Yellow and violet are complements, so they're going to get gray when you mix them. So what I'm going to try to do here is to create a start with the gold, that yellow, and if I do it fairly fairly vividly, and when I add the violet to the other side, it's probably going to, the violet's going to gray it, so I don't need to worry about getting the exact color there. I'm going to use a little orange, maybe a little. I have gamboge, new gamboge, and a cat orange, make a yellow orange sort of thing, and start with that and see if I can make this appear somewhat like what I see on this photo. I kind of like that. Now I'm going to clean my brush out, take a little violet and a little ultramarine blue, make a blue violet, and drop that into along this other side. Now it seems a little dark right there, but it's going to dry lighter. How does it look when it touches that yellow? It's because I'm trying to do it while it's still wet, so it works with it. It's drying pretty fast. All right, I'm just going to wet my brush down and get it a little wetter. And let it run a little bit faster. It's drying a little too fast. Okay, I'm going to put a little more violet or a little more ultramarine blue in there and mix it a little bit, let it change. Then when it goes up, the shadow comes across up into that handle. That looks a little more cerulean to me. I'm going to take some cerulean onto my brush. Change that blue a little bit to a little more cerulean. The sky, the blue of the sky to me is this cerulean type of blue. So when I do shadows, a lot of times I will put in that cerulean because that's the color that I see when I see sky. A cerulean. So that on the photo looks a little more violet than what I have here. Doesn't matter if it's exactly the same, but jumping down into here, this other shadow that connects in. I got to try to connect it while it's still wet so it doesn't have an edge there. I'm using a little more violet, or a little more violet there. I'll go to some cerulean here as well. And I'm just doing the background. I'm not doing the handle. There's a shadow on the handle, but I'm going to skip that for now. So the shadow that comes across there, right here, this is still wet down in the bottom, that where that color that I put in there is dripping. I'm using the cerulean again. And when I connect it in there, it's going to pick up these colors that are already there. Actually, I like a little more violet in there. I'm going to touch it with a little bit of violet, I think. One of the things about doing anything that's got a somewhat of a photorealistic approach to it, you really have to decide how much detail you want to do and how precise you want to make the colors, how precise you want to make the all the little subtleties. Um, my approach is a little bit more general and impressionistic because that most of my paintings are that way. This is a little more uh, closer to a photorealism type of painting than what I typically do. And so what I'm going to do here is try to copy the values and the colors to some degree without overdoing the pickiness, the amount of detail. I'm mixing a little bit of raw sienna into some stew here because this one little shadow looks very warm. It's not, for some reason, it's not very blue. Um, I may have to change it later if it seems off. Maybe I'll put some of that over here since I have it on my brush. So some of this is a little picky, and maybe you're a painter that likes to do that sort of thing. That should be right up your alley then. But what I'm trying to do as I go through this now is to go kind of slow and paint little portions of shadow and try to keep the colors somewhat close and local color to what's there. Um, this area right here is pretty warm, a little burnt sienna and some stuff in it, and then right down in here it becomes quite orange looking in my photo. Let's put a little orange right in here. A little reflected light perhaps coming in there. There's a little bit of a violet shadow coming off these springs right here. Let me try something here. I can bring that a little tighter, and so you can kind of see a little more what I'm doing. So this shadow right, this area over here now, I need some shadows. There's a again kind of a violet shadow on this right in here. And while I'm there, if you can, if you got a good print, there's a 2 and a 0, it looks like, in this pressed in here. And I'm going to try to hit the shadows to indicate that 2 and that 0. And the 0 is over here. There's some other values and some other things going on in here, but we'll worry about a lot of that later. Um, so right up in here is a nice shadow area. It's pretty dark. There's a lot of uh, a lot of stuff going on there. A lot of rusty stuff, and we'll pick up that probably later. But I can add a little bit of that feel. I'm going to put a little bit of the cerulean in here. And we'll go up where this ends up here. Now that becomes very dark up in the top there, and maybe I'll try to hit some burnt sienna in there to, while it's wet, kind of suggest that. And it also comes down in here. Doesn't have to be all of it. Doesn't have to be exactly the way it is on the photo, but if we can capture some of those things. Now I'm lifting off a little bit of the color here with this damp brush, because I don't want it to get so dark down at the bottom here. That's one of the things about this Fabriano paper. It's very good for lifting, although this is still wet, so it shouldn't matter what paper you're using. You should be able to lift some of that back. Here's that. There's a cotter key. Those of you that know what that is, it's a little pin that sits in a slot, and then you bend the ends to keep it in place. Like there's the bent ends, and there's the hole for the little key. So it's just one of those things that you find when you're in working in mechanical stuff or agricultural stuff or any of that kind of thing. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to get some more orange into this in a little bit. There's a shadow underneath this, underneath right here, underneath that spring. There's a spring there, and it's got a nice shadow. It starts with a lot of worms up into the spring area. Um, And it goes to an orange at the top, so I'm gonna put some orange up here. Orange over here. It's that rusty orange. And then it becomes quite blue and violet down at the bottom of the shadow. So I'm going to throw in some violet down here. And there is a little other thing going on there, but I'll wait and try to touch that up later. Um, this there's a little portion of the this little lever that has a violet. It's bouncing from the sky, I guess. This color, a little violet in here, and then it also comes up along here. One of the things about that too is that there's this little warm area down below here, and it also comes along here, so there's warmth in there. So I just drag that right into that wet paint, put a little bit of that orange. I'm using a pretty strong, thick mixture so it blends in and it doesn't overpower it, but it's not so wet that it gets lost either. Let me look at your comments here. Is there anybody? Some people seem to like the close-up view that we have here. Try to remember to move it once in a while because I might be painting outside the frame of the camera, and then it'll look way off. I'm going to put a little orange. There's a deep. It's not just the shadow here. It's a there's this part of the hinge. Let's see. It goes right in here. I'll probably just do this whole thing, and I'll come back with some darks later to make this work. Right now, it's mostly just the brightness of that. Could put a little bit of burnt sienna, or I'll actually put a little red on here. It looks like it's got a lot of red to it. I'll just put some red into that orange. A little touch of that down here. And over here into this, under the, this is in the shadow now. This portion of these objects that are behind here. Not exactly sure all of what it is, so I'll just paint what I see, and all of this has some warmth to it, so I'm just going to add some of that in, and we'll come back and put some darks into it later. Okay, we've got a we've got a shadow, a big shadow coming down in here, and then it comes all the way down. So I think I need a. I'm going to take a bigger brush and um, try to get that in as much as one pass as I can. Now I've used some violet up in the top. Um, there's a little bit of let's see, and I do have some cerulean. Let's put some of that cerulean along here. Part of this is going to get again darkened by some of the other things that are going on in this, but let's see. And we'll just go with some ultramarine blue. It's more of a violet blue. And it comes down here. Maybe pick up some of that violet, actual violet we have here. Comes around the nail. You got to kind of be a little picky when you get into these areas. Now what I didn't do, the same as I did up on the top, is I started with the orange along the edge, and I failed to do that. Let's try starting it down here. There needs to be some of that orange along here too. And I think more violet. This area down in here, there's some light hitting here, but then there's all this is completely dark, and that's with the there's a rotted out piece of wood in here. So that doesn't just go right in with that. The shadow stuff. And then my shadow down in here is quite violet down in this section. There's some violet coming into these areas here as well. Yeah, I went off the screen, didn't I? Let's go. Let's move this up a little bit. Um, so let's go back to the other camera, the full view, and see how it reads. You see it from that angle. Now you see the latch and the main shadows there. That's what we want to be seeing right now. And some color. This is colorful. No need to play around with it. Somebody says they're impressed that it hasn't become muddy with the colors you're using. Well, some of the areas will be gray, grayed out because of the colors. But the thing with watercolor is the more you brush it around and brush one color into another on the paper, the more you're going to get mud. More it'll develop a muckiness. If you put it in there wet and let the water flow and create the mixtures and the color mixes, you won't get mud. Not the same way as you might think with because these colors, the violet and yellows and oranges, they don't They should make mud, but they also make nice grays if you let the color mix on the paper. So I'm just drying this to keep my hand again from getting into it. All right, let's go to another shadow area. I think I've got a bulk of that. Got some of that. I'm looking at the photo here and trying to see if I've got enough of that stuff. So this handle up here at the top needs a little bit more shadow on the. It's interesting. This has got it curves out at you, so the sun hitting here creates just a shadow on one side a little bit, and then as it curves down away from you, the shadow changes shape. It becomes like this is now underneath and curving down, so it gives you that nice curved shadow, and there's that beautiful orange reflection. So I think what I'll start with is that orangey reflection, so that I don't lose it. If I get that in there and then come back in with some of these other colors, I think we'll be okay. So a little violet up here at the top. It comes down here. Still pretty violet. I could put a little cerulean in there too. Okay, I'm going to touch this into the orange now. And it's got the texture to the um, it's got a texture as it goes around or down in the bottom there. So I'm going to have to try to get some of that sometime. Then I'll lift some of this liquid off of this portion right there. This just a little too much. And I want to connect these so that orange and that violet are going to connect, but they're not going to. I didn't want that orange to run down too much into the bottom. Now there's a little bit of orange color and so on into this little screw here. This violet goes down here. And then that changes color a little bit back to the orange. So all these little subtle changes from one area to another are not necessary really, but I like to see those little things happen. And if you get some of those little things to work, it will also shake and make it all kind of come together. I have a brush here that's a scrubber. It's a very small, short um, haired brush. This is almost probably dry, but I want to try to take this edge off and make it soft. It's the way it is in the photo. I mean, you can again. It's a matter of how much you want to do. If you wanted to leave it hard edged, there's nothing wrong with that. That's certainly acceptable. I just thought I would try to soften that edge. Sometimes that kind of thing just kind of destroys some of the nice freshness that you have with the watercolor, leaving nice little crisp edges. You know, you just create your gradations by putting other things there, other hard edged things. Um, so that's that. Now the other shadows on this are over on this door, on the door itself. Um, So let's start with a nice, up on this one, there's a nice value here of, there's a shadow here that I guess I forgot to draw in. There's some shadow here. And then in between there, some of that is catching some light, and it's got a little bit of a violet cast to it. So there's some texture and stuff in there. Just, I don't like things that come off where the light goes off the end, the brightest area. So right here, I'll darken that. And I'm just playing with the very light and shadow areas, not all the textural details at this point. So here's another sort of a violet shadow. And then the shadow on that little beveled piece of the wood over here is warm. That's more like an orange. Probably not quite as orange as I put it down. But when I touch this into there, it's going to gray it out a little bit. And down along here, we can put some of that. Also gets into the violets down in here. Doesn't have to be precise. Sometimes you just, if it gets a little sloppy on you, that's okay. There's all kinds of wood and things throwing shadows across. Then down here, I'm going to use that same orange on this shadow. And a little bit across there. And then we're going to do some of the same violet on this part of the shadow. I'm going to need a little more pigment on there. It's a little thin. There's also this other shadow up in here, right behind that lever. Pretty violet right in there, I guess. And it's kind of jagged edge, so there's a nice, little shadow crease. This separation between these two boards here is just a little thing. I'll add that in right now. And there's another one up here, very tiny. All right, I'm going to need to look over this now and see if I've captured all the shadows I want or if I've missed any. There are a few smaller ones, I think, but there might be some other major ones I'll have to look at. So right now I don't have any differentiation between the light hitting here and the more shadowed area next to it. So that's part now of the challenge of building up these next layers, the texture there. If you have any questions, go ahead and post them there. Yeah. Put on a little sweatshirt. Right. I thought it would be a little warmer in here today. It's a little wintry outside, cool. Well, wintry for us in Texas, I guess. hot for some of you probably. Let me go back to that other view and you can see what that looks like. Better zoom out a little bit. Pete Peterson, who lives in the Houston area, he just said snow in Houston. I've forgotten you all had snow across the deep south. New Orleans had snow, and that's kind of wild. We didn't get it this time in the Dallas area, so we're a little bit. It's just cold, generally cold. It's a little warmer today, but we had a couple of cold days. So looking at this now, what do I do next? Let's look and see what I have here for shadows and things that I would want to. So I've got my shadows here and here and there. That's good. Those are in. This is generally there. That shadow's all there. So all the major shadow parts are in. Now it's mostly into the detail phases of this. I know one thing I have to do right away is this this board up here at the top is you can't tell the difference between that and the door itself, and there is a slight difference here in the value of that against that. So I'm going to take a little bit of this violet that I have in my palette. I'm just going to drop some of that right across here and create a little, and if I get some texture in here, that's even a plus. So just push that back a little bit. Now I'm going to end up putting some other textures in there, but that's a start. That's pretty light, but it does help. So I'm going to try to push and pull. By that I mean push something behind something else. Like this handle right here has it's the lightest thing on the whole page is that side of this handle, but behind it I haven't put any paint really. So I've got to get something here to push that back. Now I'm not going to worry about this rusty part yet, but let's just say I'll use the same violet that I had used up there, and let's just push some of this back a little bit behind here. It doesn't have to be heavy detail. It doesn't have to be applied with lots of control, even just texture. There's going to be lots of texture in here. So just something to push that and separate that a little bit. I think you can see how that now defines that a little bit more. Now the same thing is true in the areas of these this light area coming down that's catching the light from the right. So we have from here we got to make that a little darker, probably darker here, a little darker here, and here, so that this piece now is lighter than the background. And that's sort of a true of all this area. Like down in here, the same thing is true on this one. I'm doing this very, very slowly and lightly. There's not much value put in here. Now, this paper is cold press. If I were using rough, it'd be much easier to get some nice uh, dry brush textures, and that would be very helpful. So if you're using, if you happen to be using rough, that's an advantage in this kind of a painting. By dry brush, of course, I mean taking a brush and applying your paint with a quick stroke. Find my paper. Taking a not too wet a brush, drying out some of it, and brushing it with a stroke that leaves the texture of the paper to create your texture. And if you do it with a real wet brush, it'll do that. But if you take the same wet brush and do it fast, you'll get that. So it may not be an actual dry brush, but sometimes it's just the way you apply the paint. It's faster. It's a stroke. And that could really be very helpful for this kind of texture in here. You want to have these white areas remaining or those lighter areas remaining. Um, so that can happen. Um, so part of this whole process on this one is sort of deciding along the way which of these uh, things do you want to focus on. Now, like I said, I think I'll get into some of that texture later on. Um, but for now, I'm just kind of gradually building my my painting up. Question here. Question is, does it matter about painting dark and then add some bright colors, or vice versa? Um, in watercolor, I think always the best thing to do is if you want some bright colors in the shadow, is to add them first, or add them as you're starting. If you go in with a fairly dark or a cool, overpowering uh, particular pigment or tone, it's pretty hard to come back. Now, on the other hand, there's always things you can do. You can lift. You can use more opaque colors. The opaques, uh, again, even the cadmium colors are more opaque than some of the others, so you can add after the fact to some degree. Um, I don't know if that answered the question exactly, but so I see an area that I think I need to address. This shadow, all this shadow in here is very dark against this board, and then gets lighter. And I like that. I like that little um, feature. I like the way that um, does that. It gives a nice shape to that board, and the shape to the shadow. So I'm going to make some ultramarine blue burnt sienna stew here with probably dominant burnt sienna, because I see that shadow is having more of that orange reflected light. I'm going to try to push this maybe more. I got a damp brush, but not no paint in it. Just using that dampness to soften this edge a little bit. And again, this is all a textural thing, so you can get by with lots of little brush marks. And, this wood has all kinds of things going on in it. If I want to leave some of those marks, I can even take the end of my brush, the other end of my brush, and create some lines to add texture. They might not look good in the end. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, my orange. I want to add some of that orange down in here. So I'll dry this for a little bit here. So now that, back to the push-pull concept again, that pushes back that board behind the door, which is what we want. We want this door, if we're going to do it at all realistically, we want that door to come forward. I think while we're there, I'm going to do I'm going to make a dark mixture and do these red bricks. It's going to be burnt sienna, ultramarine blue, and some red, cad red, medium. Make a dark red. See how that looks. I'll try it up here. Yeah, that's about right, I think. Now I may have to go back and do some touch up uh, to the overall feel of it after I get this layer in there. And I don't have to be real precise. There's this, that mortar is lighter and it's jagged. It's not beautiful in form. It's kind of sloppy. Trying to see where this is here. It's an old building, so lots of jaggedness to it. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to take a toothbrush and just add some texture into this stuff that I added in here. Just a little of the same color, a little water. Maybe, you know, a lot of it looks pretty neat and tidy. How about if we take a spray bottle and just distress it a little bit with a little spray. Just get some of it to not look quite so pretty. It is just an old brick wall. So some of the mortar didn't show up real good there. Let's kind of covered up some of the mortar. Let's clean some of that off. Just going to fold this. Actually, we could do it this way. We'll take I got a credit card here, or an old card of some sort. Just going to fold this over some tissue. We'll pick it up in a sort of a straight line. Just some to make it not perfect. And also, if it's a little out of focus over here, a little soft, that might be good, because we want our eye to go over here to this side, not to the bricks on the side. That's not an important feature. Let me dry that now. Question was, what was the brick color? Well, it was ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, and some cad red light, or cad red medium, just to make it a little more reddish than the burnt sienna. I mean, it could be any combination of pigments to get you sort of a warm red, dark, not a red hue, but a reddish. Another question is, isn't painting in your shadow structures first actually painting dark to light rather than light to dark, loving the graded colors of the shadows work? Yeah, yes. I have to answer it that way, I guess. So I painted the lightest value first, and then I'm putting in the shadows in to kind of block in the pattern. So yeah, uh, I guess you could say that. Uh, I wanted those there to hold the whole thing together as I continued on. I want to be able to see some of the shape. I didn't really want to go piddling real light with some of them. I wanted some of these shadow areas to have value. So now we're gonna be working back and forth. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It is somewhat that way. Um, so maybe I lied. So I got some really interesting little texture things there that worked. Let me switch over to that other camera, and you can see maybe better. See some of those textures there on the brick. Um, if you ever been around a lot of old brick structures or brick walls, you'll see that kind of thing. Um, okay, so I've got some of the structure there. I've got some of the shadows there. I think really what now is the most important part is to capture some of the textures. And there's different ways you can do that. Like I said, you can drag your brush, get dry brush effects. You can uh, you can apply little bits and pieces here and there. You can do a lot of different things um, depending on what you want to do. Let me do a couple of other little details first, just so they're in place. I'm going to take some burnt sienna. There's a nail up in here. There's a nail here with some orange and some burnt sienna. There's a little burnt sienna here. It turns into orange. Here's some of this is quite kind of almost realistically rendered in that sense, trying to find those things that are really represent the details here, where there's rusty things. Nice rusty thing here. Um, and we're going to come in here eventually. We're going to get this rusty um, running rusty feel of the what am I trying to say here, of this rust running down that edge, running down from the nails and everything, all those areas. Start off with some of this, just so you can see kind of where I'm going with it, probably as best as anything. Lots of color, lots of rusty stuff right in there. This nail, this is all combination of rusty. A lot of stuff over here. Actually, this part right in here is just about totally black and rusty. So the value that I'm shooting for here is almost, like I said, it's almost the black, almost a 10 on the value scale. So sometimes these black, dark, or should I say dark value things can really push the push pull thing and really make the whole come together. Soften some areas. Uh, some of this dark goes right into these linear uh, things that happen from the wood. So one thing nice about painting this kind of distressed subject is it's already, you're trying to make it look distressed. So if you make mistakes, or if you get carried away in some area, and you know, if you were doing something else, like a glass or something, you might really mess you up. But on this, it's just a lot of texture and a lot of um, cracked paint, all that. You can fake it. I have another tool that I can show you for, it's kind of fun. I won't probably, maybe not use this on this painting, but this is a little tool that's it's Kemper Tools brand, and it's a like a bottle brush with a little wood piece with a pin on it. It's used for applying glaze to pottery. So when you spin this thing, the little bristles flick over that little pin, and they shoot um, paint. So for instance, let me get a nice, pretty dark mixture here, and we load it up with some of this. Just get it on there good. And you got to make sure you do it the right way so you don't spray yourself in the face. But if you turn this now and watch this sends a nice, I don't know if you can see it very well. You see that? That's the way it works there. Let me try the other camera in the close up. Maybe that'll show you better. You see that texture there? Isn't that cool? So you get a nice texture. It's really good for some things. It's almost like a mouth atomizer for spraying. Um, and I might use that on here some. Let's say, let's just do some up here. Let's say up on this top edge here, I want to put some maybe some of this burnt sienna in a textural thing. Let's see what that looks like. Um, so there's, oh, you can't see it on that one, can you? So there's the texture up here. I just masked that off a little bit by laying that cardboard. So there I got a bunch of grainy texture. Now if I want to show it as linear things, I can add a little, take a little brush here, a little damp brush maybe, and drag some of these around a little, or they're still wet, so. So that's, that's another type of way to get a bunch of texture. Um, what you're really doing is just building up value as well. You're not trying to, you're not, it works really good. Sometimes a foreground on a landscape has got a lot of nothing there, and I want to put just some texture down there. So using that brush, that bottle brush, just gives it a little bit of tone. and it almost looks like gravel, like on a gravel road or a dirt. It's good for that kind of thing. So that's kind of fun. Um, so that tool again is called the brand is Kemper Tools. If you search online, you'll find them at through pottery tool supplies. Some company that does supplies potter's wheels and clay and things like that. They're used, I guess, to splatter the glaze onto the pot before they're fired and get a little bit of a texture or a little bit of a gradation in the pot in the glaze. I guess I've never used one on pottery, but anyway, that's a fun little tool that kind of adds a little something. Okay, back to the painting. Well, let's do this. Let's take a short break. Or let me take a short break. I'll step away. I'll give you a chance to look at the painting and see if it's see where we're going and see how you're doing on yours. Okay, and we'll be back in just 5 minutes or something. Okay, I'm back. Any questions at all? If you want to, if you want to raise your hand, uh, do the raise the hand thing and ask it a verbal question. That'd be fine too. I would be glad to turn on your microphone and answer a question that way for a couple seconds here. And I don't see anybody doing that, so that's okay. Oh, we have a couple. Uh, Pete, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to ask this question. When you start with your palette, right before you start painting, and you're recharging your paints, are you going from a empty slot and putting in, or are you going over, say, some dried paint?
Well, yeah, I try not to let them get too dried. I keep my palette in a sort of a plastic box container that can keep it moist to a degree. Um, and I try to spray it down, with a spray bottle and get them, moist. Although, down in there's lots of paint layers in my little wells. So yeah, they're kind of messy. The paint down in there is not too good. It's probably all polluted. I should probably clean it out more often than I do. But I just add paint to the top and try to keep it moist. But yeah, I do not start over from scratch. No, there's a big pile in each one, and it's some of them that I don't use that often. They have probably that paint's some of that paint's been in there for a year or two maybe. Because you never get to the bottom of the paint. It's just you keep adding to it. So that answer it?
Yeah, it did. Thank you.
Yep. All right. There was Judy. Let's see. Judy, there you are.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Um, when I was at Dick Blick here, I found two interesting mediums, a texture medium and an iridescent medium that you can add to paint. And I
Oh,
haven't tried it yet, but I thought it might be kind of fun.
is,
I have you ever used it?
is it
Used?
for in watercolor?
Yeah.
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 No, I'm not. Uh, I'm trying to think what when I paint with oil some and stuff. They have different mediums that are definitely textural and things like that. I don't know what they use for what that watercolor one would be like. I've seen some of the iridescent things, but that doesn't appeal to me. But yeah, it'd be fun to try.
It just says either paint on the over a dried wash or mix with the transparent watercolor and paint with that.
Uh, well, tr-
Just curious.
try it. It'll be fun. Anyway,
I like to dabble in interesting things.
yeah. Well, thanks. All right. Well, let's get back into this and see if we can't kind of wrap it up here, at least from my end. So I'm looking at it. I really haven't gotten into the too much of the texture yet. I'm still looking at kind of some of the shape and form here. Um, and I look at the shadows on the bottom edge, and I really haven't done much here. I think this shadow down on the bottom edge here needs to be this needs to be darker and right in there. That'll help that. And underneath here, there's quite a dark area here where the light is not getting in here, and a little dark right along that edge there. That'll help to form that a little better. So some of these areas that I already went over with the shadow, I still need to, that needs to be darker in here. Up in here, there needs to be a little darker value in here. Doesn't have to be a lot of detail, just a darker note. Uh, let's see. I think what we'll do, let me dry that I just did. What I think we'll do, there's a lot of little details that will have to be finished off, and it'll probably, much of that might have to happen after we're done here. We have about a half an hour left, or more, a little more, 40 minutes, and probably won't get everything done. But what I thought we should probably do is, one of the things that makes this so intriguing and so interesting are these dripping stains of the iron oxide, the iron rust happening. And so let's see about doing that. Now, there are different ways you can do it. You can kind of paint it, pretty directly. But I think what we'll try to do here, let's just start with one. I think this that comes from up here, but this one here is kind of important. Let's say that I'm going to put some water on here. Just wet this down a little bit, right down through here. Not sopping wet, but just a little bit of water. And I'm going to actually use my quinacridone rust, which is I call it a burnt sienna on steroids. Now, burnt sienna looks the same; it's the same color, but I just like I like the way this works. And now this is a little bit more rusty looking than the photo I have. My photo, it looks a little more orange almost. Let's even do that. Let's put a little orange into this. Make it a little orangey. So that's right into the wet there. And you can play with it a little bit. Now there's a spot up in the top here. There's actually a rusty orangey nail up here. And then there's some of this coming down here. I like the idea of the natural bleed happening, because that's what's happened anyway. The color that rust has been created by water running, and so by doing it this way, you're actually mimicking what was there in a pretty accurate way. Okay, I've got water now. I put a little wet on there. Go back to my rust, quinacridone rust, and I'm going to start right in here. And I'm going to try to direct it a little bit with my brush. It's a small brush, not too big. And I don't have to do exactly what's there. If I can do some of it, I'll get some of that feel. There's also a little section right in here. I'm going to wet this down. And this comes off of that nail up there, I think, and down here. There's some of this rusty color on this little area right in here. So everywhere you see this rusty effect, you can add some of the brightest, orange and burnt sienna or quinacridone rust. Any of those colors will help to give that sense of that water running down this thing for years and years and years. There is a quite a bit of the color of the rust over here on this thing. There's some little bit of something happening on this little flap that's the only thing catching sunlight up in here. Little bits of rust or something on it. I splattered it with my brush a little bit. Um, so all these little areas will have to be cleaned up and fixed at some point. Let's see. All right, now I'm going to put a few more details in to just to give a little more of that. Here's a little bit of rust coming off there. There's a few lines that are catching shadow here, some little cracks and crevices, some that go across this way. There are some pretty strong lines coming in right in this area. Some in here. These are just some of the texture. Now I haven't really gotten into the serious texture yet on some of this. There's also a little thing here. So a lot of little picky things to do before I'm done here. So I think what I'm going to need to do, though, is get into some of these bigger texture areas just to show what I would do. And I'm kind of hesitant to do it because this is where I could really mess up the whole thing, you know. So let's do a little bit on this, on a couple of these boards here and see if we can get some of that feel. Now, one of the things that I think is important when you're doing um, anything like this with texture, it's like when I, you know, if you when I showed you that um, motor on that caterpillar with all the yellows and warms, there were some really cool texture things on it. And some of those were really cool because they each little piece had the shadow, and I'm a light and shadow painter. I like this kind of thing where there's light and shadow. And in order then to get this texture, you got to try to emulate that texture. Now, when you look at this photo right here and this kind of peeling paint down here, how do you do that? Well, um, multiple ways you could. I could go in with a tool, some kind of a tool with uh, some masking fluid and mask off lots of little things. That would be doable. You know, there's lots of different ways to try to create something that would fool the eye a little bit. Um, let's see, I'm going to put a little bit of little rusty stuff in here. So let's say that, well, let's start with drying it, I think. I don't know. I probably want to start up in the area that's most important, which I think is around the latch, and but it's also the most tricky to do. Probably easier to do some of the big flat areas here. Um, again, it could be you just don't even try to get this kind of peeling paint texture. You just look for a general texture. Um, let's say up in up in this area up in here where there's a little bit of warmth in the background here, and it pushes that back, and then it kind of goes into some lines. So maybe I'm just going to use my brush and just create some of those little textural things right in there. Maybe around this thing, that's got to be white. So maybe we push that back a little bit. This one up here, I'm going to drop a little violet in there, but then I'm going to use some of that violet, I think, up in here and create some texture things with that. Dropping in some paint. I could do a quick brush stroke, get some dry brush feel. Um, I'm just really just looking for ways to sort of suggest some kind of texture on the bark, or on the wood. I mean, not bark, but on the paint, peeling paint. I'm just using this flat brush to leave some linear things because a lot of it is very linear. Don't want to do it everywhere. You want to be a little selective on where you put your markings. Down here. There's some real big marks down in here, and I'm going to see if I can get those to look at all like what I'm after here. Using just a stew of violets and changing it up. Here's a little more of the burnt sienna warm stuff. Change it and mix it up some. Some in this area, and over here. You see on this bottom thing here, I did not get my any of this rust yet. There are some rusty areas down in here. And some warm areas. Really not crazy about this board on the left side. Let me see if I can do a little something with that. Um, I, I usually don't brush this much, but when you're doing texture, it probably doesn't really matter either. So I'm looking for a texture that I like there. Spray it a little bit, see what happens. Um, sometimes just reactivating it with some water. Because all that brushing around, that just mucks it up. So you just get the water to get back in there and do its thing. You probably end up with a little more of the natural watercolor tones and effect and texture of the paper. Since it's wet, I can brush around in it much easier than when it was dry. It's got a glare on it, I see, but I kind of like the overall feel of that little passage now better. I could even mess with it a little bit more and throw in, let's say we take a little red, we just drop in a little drops of some color. Why not? I mean, there's rusty things, there's all kinds of things that happen in on wood, in a barn, on a door like that. It could have been painted several times. You never know. So I'm going to drag some of these damp areas down into the more dry areas, leave some lines. So I think what I'm going to do here is do a little bit of, I've mentioned really doing the 3D light and shadow approach. So let's do a little, take a little bit of, again, some ultramarine blue, burnt sienna on my stew here. And I'm going to see if I can do a little, let's say that, you know, like right in here, there's a little shadow off of a piece of paint, or I got this brush that can give me a real fine line. So that's the nature of these peeling paint here is they're little fragments, little squares and rectangles, and they're all casting a little shadow. The light's coming from slightly from the top, and over here where there's some color, maybe that's the wood underneath, so the shadow is under there. The shadow's being cast down. and it's, it's just a matter of random placement. You don't want to have it, you don't want to have these everywhere. Here's a little hole up in here that was created somehow, and it's a little crack. We could put that in. There's a little section that's got another crack in the wood. Here's a bunch of little shadow stuff underneath that part. So this is light to dark. So these, again, the light and then the middle value, now these darks go in. So my main shadows I did go in, well, they were kind of middle values. So I was going light to dark. Now I'm going to go in and put the darks in. So I think I'm on track. This is all going to get darker in here now. And you have to just sort of decide how much of it, how much is going to work and how much is too much, And you can always come back and lift some things off with a scrubber. You can also come back, excuse me, and you could also come back and do some opaque white paint. I have no problem using some whites on some things. If you're going to enter the Transparent Watercolor Society show, though, you don't want to do that. So up in here, there's lots of smaller peeling paint. Let's just do some splatter and then drag some of that out and maybe it'll look like shadows on some peeling paint. And there's little things that I never got to. There's kind of a violet portion right in here. It comes down into a warm orangey portion over here. There's some of those violets on this. Some kind of a shadow coming off something right here. I don't know what it is. So some of these details are again, you can carry them as far as you want to, as far as you have the patience for. Again, I'm sort of more of an impressionistic type of painter, so I'm typically going to err on the side of loose and impressionistic, not so realistic. Let me dry this a little bit. question is, what are we doing between the brick and the board? Um, right in here, I assume that's what you mean. Like on the photo, it's dark in there. Probably I need to do a little value there. I think there's a lot of little value shifts that I would like to make. That's probably what I will do. So let's say, well, one of the things I'd like to do is put a little more value on this board down here. So let's say that I've got, I'm going to take some warm stew, and I'm just going to put a value over it to tone it a little bit differently, more value to it. And I might do that up here on this one too, just because I want this to sit behind the actual door piece. Now, while I have this, I might want to do a little more of this on some of these boards here. A couple of them here and there. Slightly warm, but just barely any paint in it. So let's dry that. So that's just sort of a glaze to push that back. So my main dark blue shadow board is still a little funky to me. I might need to do something more with that. But the bricks back there, I think, yeah, the bricks do need to be pushed back a little bit. So let's get that done. I'm going to look at the other camera angle and see what that looks like here. All right, let's see what I would do with that, with the bricks. I think what I'm going to do is just do a little of this stew that I have here, and then take a bigger brush, some darker stew, and it's pretty wet. It should bleed nicely into this what's already wet here. And again, a little more of my just get some of that running off there a little bit more. Doesn't matter too much to me what's over here on this side. It's just a, just supposed to suggest some bricks. I might come back in and shape them up a little bit more. as a final little touch, I think I'm going to take some of this stew that I have here, a little blue, a little violet, kind of grayed out, and I'm going to just indicate some, like as if there's some shadows that are hitting off of something, and those are kind of to kind of break it up a little bit on some of this. Um, I think a few of these bricks need a little more. Kind of lost some of it. There are some things yet to be done. I would do a few more touches on a few things, I think. I will probably want to do a bit of, I really might want to do some white opaques on some areas just to add a little sparkle. And that would be, for instance, uh, where a little bit of this where these little pieces of peeling paint catching the light. I might do something like that. A few things that I might want to do, but I think I'll leave it as it is. But I have the those uh, um, the DVDs that I have that Streamline Publishing put out. They're 7 steps to portraits, 7 steps to watercolor landscapes. My 7th step is always to sign it and claim it as your own, take credit for it. So I will do that. I'll sign it. I may not be done with it, but anyway. And I'm going to take the tape off, and that'll help to see a little bit what it would look like without maybe under a mat. They always look a little different when you get the the masking tape off. Let's see. So there's as far as I've gotten on it so far anyway. Again, this is with textures like this, you can kind of keep adding things to it, and uh, seems like that would be a good thing. Um, Got a comment here. Please consider adding more online workshops this year. It seems that the other workshops are in person, but for those who cannot travel, it would be nice to have the opportunity for some more online workshops. I appreciate that. I do like to do some online ones. It's a matter of you know the energy it takes to set it up and do it, and we can um, says I think we'll do some more. Um, so any comments you have? If anybody wants to uh, raise their hand and want to say something, that would be okay too. Okay. Allah?
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much. Fabulous workshop. And my question is, where would you put some jewels, as you put some jewels sometimes?
Ah, yes, I like to do those. I do that on some of my, I definitely do that on my portraits all the time. I mean, I think about it more. But like, yeah, on this, I would probably want to add some little sparkle, a little bit of orange to the highlight side of some things, uh, and some cool turquoisey things on the shadow side. Yeah, I would. Yeah, thank you. I need to probably do that. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Uh, let's see, Julie. I think you're muted.
Thank you.
Hey, there you are.
Fantastic. Really amazing. I looked at the picture and I thought, no way he can do that with watercolor. But you did it.
Oh, thank you. Um,
Uh,
it's actually pretty ambitious for the amount of time we had. So that I look at things now. I definitely would want to work on some things longer. And sometimes you know, taking my time is better than going too fast. But after this,
oh, sure.
oh,
That little bright white metal thing on the top far left, that's kind of a highlight of the picture and it got grayed out. But anyway, I have a question.
yeah.
I've been told that if you do watercolor, and if you do oil, and if you try to do both at the same time, you'll mess yourself up. Do you find that?
Well, I have been doing mostly watercolor lately, so yeah, I'm kind of there. But I think to me that sometimes if you do other kinds of things, other medium, it's kind of fun to jump into a different medium just to get yourself away from what you're so used to. I also like to do gouache paintings, and that's more like oil paint or acrylic painting. So there's some value I think in doing a jumping back and forth. I wouldn't do it like every other day paint one or the other. I think it would
Mhm.
like take a week or two and switch over for fun. That kind of thing.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for your comment. Who else we got? Miriam?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
I just wanted to comment and say thank you very much for the way you spoke about things, like pushing it back and bringing something forward, using cool and warm. It really helps because it's like I'm trying to think in those terms and it's a struggle. And so you helped a lot with it, brings about the perspective of the painting.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, something like this that's really a flat thing. It's not like it's a street scene or something where you have a natural perspective. So you have to use techniques that bring things forward, push things back, and warm and cool will do that, and of course value will do that. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So who else we got here? Did I get Julie? Yeah, Julie already did talk, right?
You got me.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to turn off that. And who else? Penny. I see Penny's on here. I better talk to Penny. Penny, you're on. You're muted. There you
Hi.
are.
It's good to see you back on my screen. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
This was absolutely awesome.
Oh,
I'm
good.
telling you, I fell flat on my face after the first 10 minutes. But that's okay. That means that I've got a ladder to climb. That's okay. Uh,
Yeah.
my question to you is, how come you didn't post the actual sketch? That's a very complicated piece, and I personally can sketch, but not to that degree.
Okay. Good idea. I did not. I guess I have sometimes done that, but I didn't think to do that. But yeah, it would have been probably a handy thing for some. So yeah, thanks for telling me and reminding me that. It's good.
That is okay.
All right.
Um, I follow you and I love everything that you do.
Uh,
You are amazing. So keep coming to my TV screen.
all
You
right.
look good there, okay?
All right. Thank you. Well, I think that's the questions I have here from people. So I think it's time to call it a day. And thank you all for being a part of this. The link will be in your email that you receive. You'll get a email from the system, from the Zoom system, and I'll probably try to also send another email directly from me if I can get all your emails pulled off and send that out. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You are all welcome to come back another time and join me here. We are always happy to have some friends into the house and into the studio, and we appreciate it. So, from Cindy and I, we just say thank you and God bless. We'll see you soon, hopefully.
Recording stopped.